Good morning, everyone. Why is there no music? Why is there no music here? Okay, that was really weird. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good weekend, a good start of the week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. Um, Little to say for mine. I'm still getting used to my new keyboard. I used super glue, well, gorilla glue, to add a marker on one of my keys so my finger can find it quickly. And now that I'm working with that marker, I realize that I put it at the bottom of the key, and I should have put it at the top because that's where my finger touches first. And so I'll change that. Well, add that tonight because I am not putting super glue on the keyboard while I'm using it. That is a recipe to get in trouble. Yeah, that's about it. Today being Tuesday, it is read and correct day. For those who are new, and yeah, welcome Vampire Tiger. For those who are new, uh, yeah, still getting used to it. I mean, this is not going to be a quick process. Um, if only because um, it's currently technically incomplete. Um, Basically, what I am trying to recreate is my gaming keyboard, which is a Charybdis, which is based like on the key mouse. Well, not based on, but similar to the key mouse. And it is a split keyboard, is ortholinear, and it's programmable. And it's got buttons under my thumb. It's got a trackball under my thumb, which means that when I use that, I never have to move my hands off the keyboard. And I've grown to very much like that. Unfortunately, the Charybdis, the manufacturer, targets enthusiast builders. It's not a bad thing. That's their target audience, but they also their target market. But they also make fully built ones. The problem is that because their target market are builders, people who can fix their own problem, their quality assurance is not very good. I ordered two keyboards for those, one for the gaming, one for the writing. And among that, over 1 year, 5 halves stopped working. Two of those I can pinpoint to errors on my part, although to fully assign blame around the fact that another builder tell me it's actual flaw in their design was not marked anywhere. So I shorted a keyboard by doing something that I would do with any keyboard and nothing would happen, which is pulling a cable out while it's plugged in. But they flipped the connectors so that power goes in first, and if it goes in just wrong, it shorts the keyboard. Did that twice, but that still leaves three that just stop working. After the fifth one, they gave. To be fair to them, they never gave me a hard time about replacement. But with the fourth one, they basically went, okay, we should, at this point, there's something in your environment that doesn't like the keyboards, and it's probably best to give you a refund, which they did. But that left me without a fully working keyboard for this because I only have three halves that are working. So I've got a keyboard and a half. You can't write with half a keyboard, and I'd rather have it on my gaming keyboard. So it's been about trying to recreate the experience of the Charybdis while being unable to find someone who builds these kind of keyboard targeted to an end user. Everybody who do I understand that it's a niche market. I do understand that. But everyone who does these kind of keyboard first makes them as a kit to send to enthusiast builders. And some of them then on top of that offer to build it for the end user and shipped it a pre-built keyboard. I just don't trust the quality control on those. Like, KeyMouse was built like KeyMouse is a chunky thing, but it was built for the end user in mind. Like they sold part and on their farm, a few of them were builders and but they sold it for the end user. And it was solidly built. Like I think I had mine for 4 years before it started having problem, and at which point those problems are simply, the age of the keyboard. And it was used significantly. Like it was my gaming keyboard and I used it a lot and I liked it. But that company seems to have shut down. At least there's no way to get any response from them. Their keyboards are on when you want to order a keyboard, you get a message, join our mailing list to be told when this keyboard will come back into stock. And that's been like that for 2 years now, possibly 3 at this point. So that's what led me to the Charybdis as an alternative. But yeah, like I've been looking for recreating, and what I've been looking to recreate is control the cursor under my thumb, the programmable keyboard. And I did all that. And in doing all that, I realized that I've grown so used to having buttons under my thumb that I miss them here. So I've ordered a 3-button set to put there to hopefully recreate that. And if this works, I'm probably going to have recreated the experience in such a way that I can work it. And part of one of the problem I have, why I like Charybdis and KeyMouse, is at the moment I move my hands off the keyboard, I lose track of where my fingers belong on the keyboard. Which means that I'm always, every time that I use my trackball, I would spend X amount of time, my fingers roaming until I find the marker on the J. Putting the cursor control under my thumb fixed that, but the keyboard is large enough that I have keys like the backspace, the enter, the delete, that are so far to the right that I have to move my hand to hit them, which means that I'm still spending a few seconds looking for the marker to reposition my hand. And that's what the fingers, the buttons under my thumbs are about. Enter, well, fully about on the Charybdis. One is space, one is enter, and I've got one for alt. On the left side, I've got the tab, I've got the delete. If that works, I can probably tweak things around to move, because it's programmable, to move backspace closer. And I'm really hoping that will mean that I no longer have to move my hands off the keyboard. And once that is done, once I have got that, it will be simply about laying down my keyboard, the angles and all that, to be fully ergonomic. Because I've learned the hard way to focus on one problem at a time. Because otherwise I don't get anything done. Alrighty. And right now, one of the issues I had is that one of my layer button is under my little finger below. And I knew I was going to have trouble finding it, because even on the Charybdis, I have trouble finding it. So on the Charybdis, I put a dot of super glue. And that's what I did here. And as I mentioned earlier, I put it on the bottom because on the Charybdis, probably because of the angle, it's very well lined up so that as soon as I move my finger down, I touch that marker. On this one, the marker is just too low. So I touch the keys and I find myself moving at the top of them until I lower it. So tonight I'm going to put a dot on top, which hopefully will, you know, make me find it quicker. And if not, I'll readjust things. Like, you know. And the other problem is the keys are very sensitive. But that I don't know that that's something I can do anything about. So I have contacted the manufacturer and um, explained the situation for them to misunderstand what I meant. Because when I got my reply this morning, they basically went, well, you know, if you have chattering issues, there's a control in the mouse control to delay the repeat. And I replied, just explained, no, that's not what I mean. So I'll see what their reply will be tomorrow, because I think they're on the opposite world from me. Because anytime, from the moment I stand here at about 6 a.m. my time, I have about a half-hour window where I can get immediate replies. After that, it's the next morning to me. So. But yeah, today, being Tuesday, being read and correct day. All right, so for those who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I record these, so as I'm doing that, I will be ignoring the chat. And anything said there will be addressed once I'm done. To make sure I don't run into any major delays, I'm going to start now. Really wish, can I, are you on compact? Yeah, you are on compact. Can I make that smaller? Okay, that might work better. Yep, see you on the other side. Alrighty, so I am going to start this by confirming the microphone is on. Let's put my cursor where it belongs. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 41 of The Technician's Fight. How are you feeling? The psychologist asked once Gralgaran was seated. Better. The tilted ear told him she wanted more. Jer's mostly back to his old self, and he resolved things with his friend. The beta? He nodded. You said mostly back to his old self. He has an alertness to his surrounding he didn't have before, but it no longer takes all his attention. He can sometimes forget the hunt and relax. These days are becoming those days. Those days are becoming more common. I don't know if he'll return to how he was before his first hunt, since being alert is something hunters need to survive, but at least he no longer considers himself on the hunt all the time. And how do you feel about your actions? Why do you not like this? Why the hell do you think it's about somebody else? Jeez, their AI is becoming really dumb. And how do you feel about your actions while he was on his hunt? I've accepted I didn't do anything to him. I Didn't cause the ship he was on to be destroyed, just came close to it. I shouldn't have let my emotions take over. It's unbecoming of an alpha, but I'm also only a male. The gods don't ask me to be more than that. I made a mistake. They were kind and saw to it I didn't lose him, my hunters, and my friend because of it. And regarding those promises, I thought you didn't pry during these sessions. She smiled. Your worry about them is loud. I don't consider it prying at that point. I have to trust they won't ask more than I can deliver, which isn't easy when nearly every ballad about one of us making a promise to one of them ends up costing more than expected. Ballads do have a level of entertainment in them. We expect the gods to ask for a lot, so the ballads deliver. I doubt that I doubt that the times the god only asks the one who made the promises to plant a tree. Okay, I doubt that the times the god only asked for the. Okay, I doubt it wasn't worth recording. You see, this is right. Normally, I would have delete under my thumb. Uh, I doubt it was worth recording the times the gods only asked the one who made the promise. I doubt it was worth recording the times that God only asked the one who made a promise to plant a tree. Okay, so that's how it's fixed. Uh, but it creates an impression I have trouble shaking off. You don't think your service to them has earned you clemency? My service is to two of them. I swore to make it right for all of them, and already started for one. He smiled. Xenialta Halan's consternation still amused him, made being cordial tolerable. Aren't you being unkind? Now you're prying. She shrugged. Probably. He'd made dealing with him difficult from the moment he became the quartermaster. Jair thinks putting his position at risk is part of how he honors his namesake. I don't bother with why he did it. Just the headaches he caused me. I keep expecting this to be a ploy. Even, look at, there's going to be a comma here. Comma. Even if I also believe he's genuine in his desire to respect my promise. What about Jair's further training? He'd had to run that by her, since she was the only one on the ship with enough experience with his heart's mind to know if he'd react negatively to it. Interrogation resistance training was harsh by necessity. Every hunter receives it. But not every hunter is your heart. You understand he doesn't think entirely the way we do. He'll understand. He had to hope he would. I can't, the beta before him said. You have the training. Your trainers reported that you have mastered training. Okay, that's mastered training others. Well, that tells me you can. The beta nodded. I won't, Alpha. Gralgaron considered the male. You are refusing your Alpha's orders? The male control cracked and pain filled his eyes. I can't do that to him. I was under the impression your feelings from my heart wouldn't get in the way of you being his beta. I nearly destroyed our friendship by being his beta before his friend. He can't separate the rank from the person the way we can. Even after we talked, it was weeks before he didn't flinch when I touched him. I can't put him through that again. I don't think he would understand. He closed his mouth on more. Speak, beta. Tell him why. I know that we aren't supposed to know it's coming, even if we all know it's something we have to go through. But he hasn't grown up among us with the ballads or the songs. Not understanding why you are putting him through it will hurt more than the training itself. He hadn't considered that aspect, but he should have. Jair always prepared as best as he could for coming problems. When one scent caught him by surprise, he threw himself into researching researching it to compensate. Will you explain it to him? Yes, Alpha. Again, the beta closes muzzle on something. Speak. He'll figure it out. He'll figure out quickly this is happening on your orders. On the orders of our Alpha. You don't think he'll understand? I have to. The beta squirmed. Gregory massaged the top of his muzzle. Just speak, forget my rank, and tell me what you think I'm missing. By the male's expression, Gregory had asked for more than he should, but the Alpha could do that. He took a breath and straightened. You made decisions for Jer before. I'm his Alpha. Before that, Alpha, as his mate, seeking to protect him, you decided for him how you would behave in your relationship. This isn't the same. I'm in his Alpha. I have to. But he had trouble. He has trouble. Separating rank from me. He might not be able to understand why I'm not the one explain it to him. The beta nodded. All right. I'll select a different beta to oversee his training. You can go. Gagran watched his heart work. Jer manipulated a holographic piece of tech Gagran didn't think he'd understand even if it was explained to him. Under the motion, it expanded, and Jer removed a section, exposing components, wires, and items he didn't know the name of. Jer took one out, set it aside, tapped a code, and it shimmered away. Another code, and it returned. Or, more likely, a variation appeared. He placed it in the projection, reattached the parts, and shrunk it. He set it aside and tapped code in the air. The other hand tapped a claw against the wall, and Jer looked over his shoulder. You're home early. I have to talk to you. It's about your coming training as a hunter. Another set of taps in the air, and the projection ended. I didn't know I had any upcoming. Gregran escorted him to the lounge and sat facing him. You shouldn't be told. Part of its effectiveness comes from the hunter not knowing what's happening. But your beta made a valid case that you will respond better to the whole if you understand why we're putting you through it. That doesn't sound good. I mentioned interrogation resistance a while back, didn't I? After a hesitation, Jer nodded. Something about how it makes it easier to resist mentalist. Every hunter receives that training. Meaning I will too. That's the training you're warning me about. There was no dismissiveness in the tone. Jer understood that if he was being warned, there was a good reason. I won't give you the detail. I won't tell you when it will happen, but I will tell you that it is harsh. You will be made to suffer. He saw his hard mind work in his eyes. You won't tell me when or how because you don't want me to plan ahead. Why tell me I'll suffer? Because I hope you'll understand this is needed. That if you are captured by one of our enemies, they will use techniques you can't imagine to extract the information they're after. I can't imagine what they'll do. I can only go by what my pack's specializing in it knows and what I've experienced. You're not talking about going through the same training, Jer said, his expression growing horrified. I've been captured. I've been interrogated. I was rescued. I did not reveal the information they were after. He kept it to those words to avoid bringing up details of the memory. It no longer affected him as it used to, but those had not been pleasant weeks. And you want me to go through that? Hint of dismay in his heart's voice. Gargaran shook his head. You made it a requirement when you decided to become a hunter. I could quit, Jer stated. Yes, you can. He sighed. I can't. I'm not going to be able to stand aside if I can help with a problem, and you won't let me help if I'm a civilian. I can't allow it. You don't want to explain to El Avnir how you let someone under your care be hurt. Gregran tilted an ear at the crude description, but since Jer didn't have the context of his upbringing, the importance of his role as Alpha and bearer of the hunting god's name, it was good enough. Make it happen soon. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to resist looking into whatever you have on file about those trainings. He nodded. Not that he would have a say in how it happened, or that researching the technique would help him prepare. Gradgran had read about them. Every hunter did, thinking there was a way to plan and show he didn't need such training. He'd let his experts He'd let his expert make all the relevant decisions with the one order that the first session needed to be done 2 weeks before they reached the station. Jer would need time to get over what he had been put through, and Gregoran wanted him rested to enjoy the session. Gregoran took a breath and stepped on board the ship attached to his. He pushed the thought of how small the corridor was away and forced himself to walk through it. "How's the scan looking?" Jer said from a further room. "No idea what I'm looking at," Unterbuilder Atarikna Dromar replied, "but it's clear. That's a ZX 429 capacitor. It's engraved on the bottom left. You can replace them with a 428 through 5, but don't make the mistake of using a ZY 429. Those are rated completely different. They're going to melt before you have anything like the power needed for propulsion to ignite." "I thought you were an antimatter engineer," she grumbled. "I lost 2 reactor prototypes to techs who didn't know the difference. Fortunately, that was before any of the scientists started making modifications, so my safeguards were intact and the antimatter core was ejected before it overheated and the magnetic containment failed. If I made its own capacitor, there would be no way a tech could put the wrong one there." Jer pulled himself out from the... Gregoran had no idea what it was. He didn't even know what this part of the ship did. "Hey, Growl, what do we owe the honor to? I'm going to have the scans done well before we reach the station, but I won't be able to catalog even a fraction of the components. I'm familiar with those relating to power, but beyond that, the odds are that outside engineering, I won't have encountered them. Is it going to be enough here? I won't have encountered them. The shift ended an hour ago. You can't always work past that." "Sorry, just got pulled in," his heart replied bashfully. Gregoran nodded. The beta in charge of interrogation had instructed him to put Jer in a position where he'd be comfortable and to give him leeway to lose himself in it. To that end, he'd assigned the builder to help because she was Jer's friend and, like him, easily lost herself in tech work. Every few days, Gregoran came to fetch his heart a few hours after the shift, and they studied his reaction. This was the first time Jer hadn't furtively looked around. This wouldn't be the only time his reaction was tested, and Gregoran didn't know who else the beta had involved, but this was a sign that the training would begin soon. "You should have kept better track of time," he chastised both of them. I can't have you overwork yourselves. Go home and live, Builder Atarikna Dromar. Come on, Jer. You're going to need a shower, and then we'll consider food." Jer snuggled up against him as they exited the Earther ship, and Gregoran shed his rank and enjoyed his heart's company. And that concludes Chapter 41 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, you can find it on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Narcoleptic. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Viribi. You reading Replaced and instantly thinking, actually, I'd be replaced. I wish I could be as observant as my own writing. Okay. Let's see. That's going to be Control F. You can reply. Okay. Yeah. But, and this a good demonstration that as good as reading out loud is, at least for me, it's not perfect. But yeah, reading out loud, my editing is very, very useful. I will catch so many more mistakes doing it out loud than just mentally reading the story, because when I read mentally, my mind when I read mentally, I don't see what's on the page. I see what my mind knows should be there. When I have to speak it, it shifts how I have to interact with the page. And fewer of those mistakes will slip by, but some still do. It's crazy how our minds assume. Yeah. Hey, oh yeah. Yeah. It's a good example of why, if we are going to put the story before somebody else for comments, corrections, editing, we want it to be as clean as possible. My editor basically described it like this when I started dealing with them: is that an editor can only fix 90% of the mistakes that are on the page. Which means that if your page starts with 100 mistakes, 10 are going to remain there. If it starts with 10, there's only one left. If it starts with fewer, you go on multiple pages. And that's why our job is to clean it as much as possible. Now, that doesn't mean you can't publish something before it's edited. Those become personal decisions. But it's something we need to keep in mind. And this is one of the reasons I publish on Royal Road. Commenting or placing. No, no, I appreciate the comment, Viribi. It's just that I record these when I read and correct them, which means that I can't simply address the chat. So I wait until I'm done to see who said what. But no, I much prefer someone say, I think this is wrong, because it could be. And if it's not, I now have an excuse to explain the thought process behind why I made that decision. And both are helpful. Because that's the thing, like I am not immune to making instinctive decision. And I have enough experience that I know that most of the time those instinctive decisions are correct. Like, I've been writing for 30 years. So, well, actually more than that now. But having to explain it will sometimes make me go, that is not right. That there's a place, that was before you are, but there's a place where I needed to rework an entire phrase because the information was there, but the way it was said didn't work. And when I wrote it, I just wrote it and it felt natural. But I read the clunkiness in it, and then I had to stop and ask myself, okay, what's going on here? And the gist of it is I wrote an English phrase using French phrasing structure, which basically flips things around. It's a big difference between French and English. Probably, yeah. I am born a Quebec francophone. Mostly taught myself English. All right, so that is done. So that goes there. We are going here. We are going here. We are going there. All right. You are going. And how are you doing, Virdibi, as well as Narcoleptic? What are you guys up to? Or sorry, people. I do not. Well, I figure Mr. Narcoleptic is male. It's kind of in the name, but I do not know which gender you are, Viribi, so I should not assume. Just finished work for today. Oh, very cool. You're out of the factory. Well, I hope the day went well. 8? Really? Oh, right, because I didn't clean yesterday's. I didn't clean a few days worth. Interesting. You are male. Okay. All right. I go better once you get your desktop and open Word. Cool. All right. I need to go here because I need dates. Ba, 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 ba. So that is 20th. Therefore, that becomes 23rd. Opposed to that. Forgot to do. Since I forgot to do it. And of course, I forget to do something. Typical. This needs to go in its collection if I'm going to. There we go. This has it good. Okay. And this is correct. All right. So, and I forgot to do something else. Who is surprised? No one. Alrighty, so that's all done. Now I can file you away and move on. Alrighty, I will do another chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, realizing I forgot to turn the desktop audio on, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I will start the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, I am doing chapter 42 of The Technician's Fight. And don't ask me how they work, Jeremy said, highlighting a section of the projection made from the complicated scan of the compiled scans of the bridge pared down to only the circuits. But that controls maneuvering thrust. How can you be certain? The maintenance technician asked after she made notes on her tablet. I can't be certain. None of this is my department, but the circuits match those in Tom's shuttle I've worked on, and they resulted in him being able to drift around the civilian hangar. You'll have to talk with the Earther pirates about how they get visuals going. If you confirm that, let Tom know. The analog would also work with his shuttle. Should also work with his shuttle. She and other techs made notes. They would be added to the manual for how the ship worked. He'd already filed the section for engineering and only agreed to look over the pilot section when they promised not to take what he said without getting confirmation from one of the Earthers. Tom had already given them a rundown of the controls in the early days of the ship being attached to the Bane, back when Jeremy was banned from helping with it. As he told them, he couldn't be certain what he told. He couldn't be certain any of it. Any of. This is a duplication of text that I don't like. He couldn't be certain any of what he'd said. Yeah, I come back here. What he'd said. No, any, not and. Any of what he'd said was accurate. Standardization didn't always carry through when dealing with completely different design. You guys have your work cut out for you in writing a complete user manual for this ship, he said, then waited for further question he might be able to answer. Message me whatever other questions you have, he said to the tech who had followed him out of the ship. I'll do my best to answer them. Right now, I need to go home before my mate does more than call me with a reminder I've again worked past the end of my shift. My shift. If he shows up, you're taking the blame. With a chuckle, the tech headed on his own, and Jeremy headed home, looking over the questions the other techs had already sent him. He was amused that they didn't seem to understand that just because he was an engineer of Earther reactors, it didn't mean he knew everything else about Earther technologies. They'd taken the concept of standardization well beyond its intent. What it meant. He moved before the black form finished registering. Polished armor, helmet, blunt fingers. He ducked under the grab and elbowed them in the stomach, only for his forearm to go numb from the pain of the impact. Another form, and he couldn't avoid it. He turned, using leverage to pull them along in an attempt to use them against his other assailant. Anger made him fight harder than he had to. He didn't have to fight at all. He knew what this was. But he was angry he'd let his guard down. He'd expected it weeks ago, but he'd grown complacent. Complacence killed hunters. This wouldn't kill him, but he wanted to make them work for his capture. Weight on his back, and before he could reach, something pricked his neck. Claw was the first thing that came to his mind, in spite of the blunt fingers trying to fool him into thinking these were Arthur's. The weight disappeared from his back as he grabbed the cylinder that had been against his neck. Hypo injector. The bastards weren't happy with just dragging him. He fell to the floor, the thought unfinished. Jeremy fought to regain consciousness, unable to escape the sense he was in trouble. The struggle caused him to fall off the mattress and onto the freezing metal floor. The cold pushed him the rest of the way, and he hurried to sit on the bed. His nakedness registered first, his bare hands being the worst. He was declawed in an unknown place. An enemy? No, not enemy. Although the narrow, flat bed and the claustrophobically small room tried to convince him he was on an Earther ship. The toilets against the wall and open nearly pushed him over. No Calcarians would ever think of making those without privacy walls. But this exercise was about testing him, making him think he was in enemy hands. So those setting this up would have made sure it was as Earth-like as they could manage, and with access to an Earther ship, they didn't have to guess. Jeremy didn't know if there were cells on the ship, but expected it. Didn't know if there were cells on the ship, but expected it had. That would be there were. He almost called out they weren't fooling him, but remembered he wasn't supposed to know what this was about. Had Grout told those who would test him about the warning? Would he get their Alpha in trouble if he gave away he'd been warned? Strangely, that worried him more than whatever form this training would take. He didn't want to be the reason Grout got in trouble with those in authority over him. Wasn't that the gods? Now, those were ultimately in authority over all hunters, but there was someone his Alpha... Someone... is Alpha's Alpha. This was hunter training, so it didn't fall under the leadership's control. Jeremy wouldn't give anything away, not even that he knew what this was about. He used a thin pillow to keep his back from touching the frigid metal wall directly and settled into wait. Jeremy eyed the toilet. He didn't know how long he'd been waiting, but by how badly he needed to take a leak, it had been a few hours. Fuck, he needed to go. Could he make himself a privacy curtain? He had the sheet on the bed. As thin as it was opaque, but the walls lacked anything to hook it to. Maybe he just had to wait until someone came for him. Wasn't going to last that long. And it wasn't like they were watching. Calcarians were pathologically private about this stuff. Scarlet freaked out when Jeremy had pissed in the shower because he'd been in the toilet and the door had been locked. The people organizing this wouldn't be watching him. With that thought, he stood over the toilet and let go. Good evening, Jeremy, a loud, Digito's voice said in Earther. When his breathing settled, his face burned, and there was piss all around the toilet, the floor, the wall, and it stank. What's the matter, Jeremy? They weren't watching, he told himself. It might not be an automated system, but they would not watch him. A sensor in the bowl told them what he'd been doing, and they spoke to startle him. Hey, that worked. Fuck it worked. What was he supposed to do now? Well, if this was supposed to make him think he was a prisoner on Earth's ship, what would he do if it was true? He'd be pissed. He'd demand to be returned to his people, to his heart. Only, that was Jeremy the technician. What would Jeremy the hunter do? The hunter is patient. The hunter is cunning. The hunter chooses his moment to strike, so his claws sink deep. If he was a prisoner, his goal was to escape. And this wasn't a movie, so he also needed to manage his resources. He didn't know when, or even if, he'd be fed. The one thing he wouldn't do was acknowledge his captors. Closing his eyes and focusing on the thought no Calcarian would watch, he finished and flushed. There, the voice said. Was that so hard? Feeling better. Wait a minute. Do I point out what language they're speaking? Oh yeah, in Earther. Okay, good. He walked to the door, figuring leaving him naked was one place Earthers wouldn't go. They were too uncomfortable being naked. They have provided him with something, possibly the bare minimum, but at least shorts, so they wouldn't have to look at his cock. Now, Jeremy, you aren't getting out that way. Don't waste your time. Not telling them not to address him that way was difficult. Even if they were Kalsarians, they hadn't earned the right. But they were correct. He wasn't getting out through the door unless they opened it. Like the wall, it was metal. Even if he'd had his claws, he wouldn't have been able to slip them in the jam for purchase and pull it into the wall where it slid. There was no indication on the side of where the control panel was. Wait, what? There was no indication on this side of where the control panel was on the other. There was no indication. I don't need on this side since you can't see through the wall of where the control panel would be. Yeah. Well, actually, no. I can where the control panel was on the other side. Yeah, that works. Again, this wasn't a movie. A cell didn't come with a convenient escape method. He returned to his bed and tried to ignore the acrid smell of his piss. Sleep well, Jeremy. The room fell into complete darkness. He waited, figuring this was a trick. He did have sensors, and as soon as he closed his eyes, they'd wake him. He didn't know how much time passed when he stretched and closed his eyes out of boredom. If nothing else, this would cause something to happen. Good morning, Jeremy, the voice said, too loud and cheerful. The light was blinding, and he forced himself to sit. The smell of food reached him through that souring piss, something familiar, fried. There was an opening in the wall. This morning it's bacon and eggs, sunny side up with ash browns, a glass of milk and apple juice. I remembered correctly, didn't I, Jeremy? That was your favorite back when you lived with your parents, right? He paused, his hand nearly to the tray, the food stealing warmth from the floor, stealing warmth from his feet. How did they know that? What he'd eaten when he lived there had never come up, had it? He couldn't recall any discussion where that where that had. Not on the Bane, at least. Back on Einstein? They had been his friends then. Their youth had come up often, their families, and he was confident preferred meals had also come up. He took the tray out, and the panel closed. The fit made it nearly unnoticeable, even knowing it was there. Without a table, he sat on the bed, legs under the sheet and tray on his lap. He had said he wouldn't acknowledge the voice, but maybe he could gain information. Who are you? Now, Jeremy, I'm hurt you don't recognize me. Pointing out the voice was digitized would be playing into their game. He was sure of it. He tested the food, and it had the aftertaste printers always laughed, but otherwise it was good. He ate slowly, going over the voice. It was digitized, but not so much as to remove the inflections. And there was something familiar in those. He was also confident the voice hadn't been changed so much to alter the gender. So a male earther he was familiar with. He corrected himself. The people administering this test wanted him to believe that, which meant that the voice wasn't digitized, it was fake. But who were they trying to convince him was talking? How does the food compare to what the cats have been feeding you? They have been feeding you, haven't they? You look healthy, although with how sick they are, I guess they could be feeding you something that isn't food. I'd better not tell your mother about that. I don't think she could take it. It's already hard enough on her to know you pick them over your family, but don't worry, Jeremy. We'll have you all fixed up soon enough. A trick, he told himself when he almost told them to leave his mother out of this. He didn't know what the point was, but it was a trick. He was tempted to throw the half-eaten food away as protest, but he needed his strength, and that meant eating what he was given. Once he was done, the panel opened again, confirming they had sensors. Looking inside showed he was it. It was nothing more than the print platform. Unless he could cut through the wall and reach a circuit, he wouldn't be able to use that to make himself tools. The tools he'd need to cut through the wall to access the circuits, to reprogram them into making the tools he'd need. He placed the sheet on the freezing floor and went. Okay, I need to alter that because there is the case of the mattress itself. There we go. That's just what needs to be. Just to address why he didn't put the mattress on the floor instead, since it would be a better insulator. The thin mattress was part of the bed, so he placed the sheet on the freezing floor and went through through stretching exercises. Tell me, the voice said, did they teach you those because they like looking at your ass? Looks like you're expecting one of them to bend over you and shove his. The silent stretch. How can you even stand that? Just the thought is making me sick. His hand slipped as he thought he knew who it was, who they wanted him to think it was. Where had they gotten enough of Omar Sawan's voice to pull this off? The station. They'd copied all the data off the servers. Omar's report would have been there. It didn't explain how they'd know what his favorite food was when he was a kid. Maybe Omar Sawan had mentioned it in a report. The doctor was methodical. If he'd been asked for everything he knew about Jeremy, he would have included absolutely everything, which probably included things he had no right knowing. Had the male access to his quarters sensor? Had he watched him sleep, jerk off? His hand too cold, he returned to the bed to wait, pulling the thin sheet over him. He got out of bed when the smell came too much and used half the roll, wiping the walls and floor and flushed that. It made him realize that at some point he would have to go, sit down, and he shuddered at the idea he'd be watched and tried to forget he'd had it while on the bed. Sooner than he expected, the panel opened again. Lunchtime, Jeremy. Turkey sandwich, coffee, and a jelly donut for dessert. Enjoy. He made a face at the coffee's off taste. What's wrong, Jeremy? It's printed, he replied before he could stop himself. Of course it's printed. This isn't a luxury hotel. Can't stand the stuff anymore. Where have you gotten real beans? He snapped his mouth shut, his ears burning at having almost revealed something. He wasn't going to make it that easy on them. I'm going to have to let my superior know there's an illegal trade in coffee. We definitely don't want that going to the cats. Although, I need to have someone look into if coffee's poisonous to them. Could be an easy way to get rid of them, based on coffee. Vanishing from his cups when his back was turned on his mate, coffee wasn't poisonous to them. In fact, Kelsarians might enjoy it as much as Earthers did. If they were clever, the Earther government would get into the coffee trade, introduce it to enough Kelsarians, and they'd be able to finance whatever operations they had that way. He returned the tray to the open panel and sat on his bed, trying to come up with something to keep himself busy. There was only so much thinking he could do without a way to write it down. When he had to take a leak again, he held it as long as he could. Then, the idea they were watching caused him to stand there, nothing happening, no matter how badly he had to go. Do you need me to hold it for you? The voice asked, chuckling. He comforted himself with noting. other than him startling happened. Okay, something's off here. Comforted himself with noting that other than him startling, nothing. Oh, I know what I was going for initially. I was going nothing other than him startling happened as a result. Yeah. Other than him startling, nothing happened. Yeah, I know. We don't need it twice. As a result, how about you go mind your own business? He snapped, hating himself for playing their games. You ever heard about privacy? I didn't think that was something the cats cared about. I have it on good authority you actually like putting yourself on display for them. How? He snapped his mouth shut and focused on the toilet. Of course they knew about that. This was the Bane, not an Earther ship. Which meant they were not watching. He repeated that over and over, and finally it happened. The voice didn't comment this time. As soon as he sat on the bed, the panel opened. Dinner time, the voice announced. Already? He hadn't expected that much time to have passed yet. Salisbury steak, mashed potato, and Caesar salad. No coffee since you don't like it, so hot chocolate and a glass of red wine. That smelled alcoholic. And he didn't touch it. One glass shouldn't be enough to affect his judgment, but he didn't want to risk it. Is there something wrong with the wine, too? Jimmy tested something. I don't drink red wine. The reply was a few seconds in arriving. Really? Since when? You like the occasional glass with your steak. Please tell me they haven't converted you to whatever the cats drink. What is it, sour milk? The response was correct for Omar Sawan, but the delay? Them having to check their information? He wondered if he could make them trip. What would happen if he got them to make a mistake? Maybe get them to reveal something instead of the reverse? What would he want to know if he was really captive on an Earther ship and his interrogator was Omar Sawan? Other than how the man could live with himself. He finished eating without an answer and returned the tray to the panel. He still didn't have one by the time the room fell into darkness again. Still didn't have one by the time the room fell into darkness again. He almost closed his eyes, but realized that in the darkness no one could see him. The cell was small enough. He touched the toilet before he had to get out of the bed. Then he sat on it and, fighting the fear the lights would come back on, the walls would be transparent and people would be watching, pointing, he forced himself to go. Done, relieved of more than the weight, he returned to the bed and drifted into sleep. Good morning, Jeremy, the voice announced cheerful and loud. He turned and pulled a thin pillow over his head. Fuck off. He felt like he'd barely slept. Now, Jeremy, don't be like that. I have a day filled with activities for you. Come back tomorrow. He pressed the pillow tighter, wishing that as it was thick enough to block the light. Why do something tomorrow, Jeremy, when you can do it today? Go fuck yourself, Omar Sawan. You remember me, the voice said with glee. Jeremy cursed himself for having played into their game. Now go away. That's gonna go here. No, I can't do that. Come on, Jeremy, it's time to get up. He raised his hand and flipped the room. The finger, the voice chuckled. Have it your way, Jeremy. Music played, something symphonic with an entire orchestra and loud. So loud, Jeremy's ear rang, and he could barely hear himself scream to turn it off. He sat up and the music stopped. Happy? He asked, and the continuing ringing made the response difficult to make out. You can't imagine. Jimmy rolled his eyes. Once the ringing subsided, he asked, So, what are those activities you have for me? No, I'll get back to you later about those. He rested his head against the wall and with a groan and closed his eyes. Now, Jeremy, don't go falling asleep on me now. Don't go falling asleep on me. I'm going to remove them now. He forced them open and glared at the door since he had nothing else as target. This was going to be torture, he thought. Then the panel opened and breakfast made his confinement slightly more bearable. And that concludes chapter 42 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it can be found on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Uh, yeah. Huh. Why is that closed? Da, 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 da. 23 makes that 25th. Wait, what? Are you telling me you failed? Why do you do that? Why do you randomly fail when everything is the same? That baffles me. And If this fails again, I'm just going to keep working, and what will almost certainly happen is that when I go to pose the next one, everything will be fine. Yeah, it failed again. Oh well. Actually, I will be right back. Alrighty, so I am going to start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 43 of The Technician's Fight. Gudrun punched and used Brel's block to step into her space and slam his shoulder into her chest, then stepped back to catch his breath. I'm worried. She gave him a dismissive flick of the ears. You always worry. I'm the alpha. It's unbecoming of me to worry about what they're doing to Jer. He'll be fine. She attacked, keeping him from replying or even thinking as she struck quickly, then stepped back while he gasped for breath. He found that stamina management wasn't as effective when his opponent knew him enough to time her attack while he sought to recuperate, and left him in a position of deciding if he used if he used while the time, she got her breath to continue or take advantage of her building exhaustion. He attacked with fist and palm strike, pushing until he had a hand on her wrist and pulled her off balance. Then he had a knee on her chest and claws at her throat. I win. I expected you to wait. He helped her to her feet, which is why I pressed. I'm not sure how practical stamina management is when fighting someone who's on the same level. We know how the engagements go, which is why breaking the rhythm can be an advantage. He nodded. Or maybe I'm just distracted. It's been 4 days. Have faith in your little warrior, Growl. He's tough. She raised her fist. He readied himself for the attack and did what he could not to worry. What am I looking at? He asked, trying... That would not be capitalized. He asked, trying to make something of the diagram projected in the center of the workroom. Insanity, the builder replied in a disgusted huff. I can't tell if whoever made this understands nothing of electronics work, or if their understanding is of it, or I don't need of it, or if their understanding is beyond anything I know. And this is Earther Tech. he asked. That was what he'd ask a report on, where they stood on his understanding how the machine used on Jer and the other test subject worked. Maybe? Another builder said. She brought up more diagram. That's Earther tech. There's no doubt about it. You can tell from the uniformity of their design. And the fact this same circuit shows up across 12 different sections of the ship, another added, which have nothing to do with each other. That too. She added, Earther's love of making everything the same is useful in that way. She brought back the diagram. And in making this stand out, there's nothing like this anywhere on the ship. A dedicated design for this function, then? It's a theory, she replied. A bad one, Builder Atarikna Drugdramar said. She brought up a new diagram. Earther reactor antimatter containment circuit. Not something that's needed anywhere else on a ship or a station or anywhere. There's no reason for this to look so much like that. A new diagram. Life support management circuit. They weren't identical, that was easily noticeable, but even with his lack of technical knowledge, he saw the similarities. Same size, same components, and many of the same location. Where did you get those? He asked, counting the differences. Only 7. The containment circuit is from Jeremy's drafting table. He gave me access when we started when he asked. Wow. When he asked for my help. Really? For my help with his weight machine. Been poking in, asking him question about the thought process behind some of his designs. He chuckled. Yeah, I'd be careful he doesn't start sleeping with just Billiam. Some of the stuff in there is out there. But from talking with him, Earthers start a build with components that already exist, then change that as needed to get to whatever the different functions work, to wherever to however. Yeah. To however the different functions work. And that isn't how you do it? Only if what I'm making is nearly identical to what that other circuit's doing, the first builder said. And that has nothing to do with that. Not even close. I checked with engineering. I wouldn't have looked at anything I've previously built to make that containment circuit. Maybe it's the case with that? Gargan asked. Except it contradicts how the Earthers think, the builder said. I'd expect to find aspects of some other circuits in there. Something I'd find a version elsewhere among all the scans we made of the ship. Just like we can find everything else. Just like we can for everything else, Builder Atomic. Okay. I am going to have to go back over this in second draft because I'm barely naming anyone. I've lost track of who actually is talking. Builder Adarikna Drugdora said, not everything links to everything else, but everything can be linked to something else. Except that, the first builder said, which means they took this tech from another species. Gurgran went over what he knew about the machine and others like it. But Bob had known a little from those used on him. Isn't one of them something the Earthers found on a Tahunian ship? Is it their tech? Leaving aside that what Tahunians use started as something stolen from someone else, this doesn't match anything of theirs the Federation has on record. Which species does it match? That's the problem. We had to be careful with the search since we don't have official access to this piece of tech, but we haven't found anything matching this, not even among Ridoshi tech. And if there's one species who thinks nothing like we do, it's them. Like no one else thinks. Another builder added. Is this, if this is nothing like nothing anyone makes, even the Earthers, how can it work in their machine? By adding these. Builder Atarikna Drogdomar zoomed out the diagram until and 7 other components became visible. Those Gran recognized as Earth or tech easily. Those act as translators of sorts, taking that does and making it work with the rest of their tech. How do they know how it needs to be translated? He asked. Trial and error is the only way I can think of, a builder said. How do you trial and error something you know nothing about? He asked, puzzled. You connect it to your test subject and see what happens. Gurgen stared at the builder in horror. That's going to give you failure more often than success. The male nodded. And Bob had told them those machines had been used on the soldiers within the ship over and over with various results. He shuddered. How did they manage to reproduce this if they don't understand it? The same way we do it. We'd do it, a builder said. Feed the scan to a printer. All the information's there. We recognize every molecule in it. We just don't understand how the interactions produce what we've been told the end result is. So we have a piece of technology that's alien to anything we have on record that they, not just one, the builder brought up 10 other schematics, and that's not even the most interesting part. She brought up another schematic, something more complex. That's the scan of the machine used on your heart. These 11 pieces are found inside that section. It highlighted, which with everything else attached to the whole. What does that mean? Nothing, a builder said. Everything, another said another. Anything we say is conjecture, Builder Atarik Drogdromar said. Our guess is that what was used on Jeremy was something closer to the original device. But that was less than a year ago. How did the Earthers go from that to something this complex in this little time? Two possibilities. The first one is they did a lot of tests and they have, I don't know how many citizens with their brains hollowed out. Gradgran shuddered. The other one? They gave an older version to those who used it on Jeremy. Why would they do that? The builders exchanged uncomfortable looks. Speak up before I order you. We work with machines, not people, a builder says. But we can't help thinking what would lead us to do that with what this hints at. And what did you decide? He demanded. The only reason I'd hand over older tech is if the goal of the person I'm handing it to don't align with mine, but he's important enough, I still want to keep him on my good side. You're saying the other government isn't behind Jer's kidnapping and the use of the machine on him? We don't know. That's just how we'd approach the situation. If not them, then who? The builders all gave a shrug. You know what? The builders all shrugged. Cursor. There you are. There's the button. There we go. And and who is this? Gagran asked Batrix, looking at the image of the Earthers. The file identify him as a doctor named Owan Sawan. His name is mentioned in the hunter's report. That would be plural. Including your hearts. From what the Earther said, he intended to use one of the machines on him and that it would fix him completely. He looked at his tablet. Hunter Keridem Dronikal Oshal got the sense there was a this time implied. This could mean the Earther was involved in what happened to your heart before. Did Jer mention him at any point during that investigation? The Federation files on it indicate that he didn't know anyone involved. Gagran nodded. So this might be something else. Where is the male now? Unknown. He isn't one of the prisoners, which means he was able to escape the hunters when they swept the station for stragglers. The thought didn't sit well. His hunter had training, tech, and their senses, but the station was large and a section blocked from scans, and they had been short on time. Someone with prior knowledge of it, like someone who lived and worked there, could know of places to hide in to prevent discovery. Could know where to hide to prevent discovery. Any reason to think he isn't directly supported by his government? Nothing that's been decrypted at this point indicates his government is behind the station or the Mail's research. He claimed the research was part of his justification to continue looking for your heart, but the wording doesn't indicate it was to his government. Names of corporations and extensive families have been found in the data, but we don't have access to Earth's database to find out if they have ties to their government. How does the data show you the families are extensive? Surnames. Earthers attach importance to their lineage, so use a name to identify that lineage. Bradshaw is your heart's lineage. The census we collected at the Earther station Einstein gives us a sense of family size. Kennedy, Rockefeller, and Barbosa are three lineage the data shows are involved in paying for the station. Each lineage counts its numbers in the billions within Earther territory. The number was more than Gregory could fathom as the size of a family. He doubted any Kelsarian's family could approach those numbers. Not that he knew how they'd go about finding out. He could name 24 of his family members, his parents, their parents, his brothers and sisters, a few of their mates, all their children. He knew 2 of his father's siblings, one of his mother's as well as her Chrysarik, but he was aware they had more. Everyone else would be able to name more, but how quickly would it be impossible to know who was related to whom, short of comparing genetic material? So far as anything your pack has sniffed out. So, there's a comma here. As far as anything your pack has sniffed out as part of the investigation, this was funded by private parties who this Dr. Omar Sawan might have lied to so he could continue hunting Jer. Any link between them? He would have remembered the name if Jer had said it. The Mail was your heart's doctor on Einstein. There were no personal files in what was gathered, so there's no way to know if that is the limit of their connection. If he's going as far as using technology, even they might not understand in an attempt to cure the entire Federation. There has to be... Okay, wait, that's actually not properly... As far as using technology, just... If he's going as far as using technology, even they might not understand in an attempt to cure the entire Federation just to reach Jer, there has to be something there. I'll ask this. I'll ask him once he's done with his training. I'd suggest you give him time to heal from it, Alpha. I don't know if you remember, but that first session is difficult. Gauderan rolled on his back, nudging Tome and making Brel grumble in his other side, and stared at the ceiling. 5 days, and no way to know how many more until Jer returned to him. Okay. The way my co-scriptor reacted to that points out I need to indicate because the way he read it, it gives the impression that Gragran invited a female to his bed. While they discovered that she's there, he didn't invite a female, he invited all his friends. Atomic. Okay, where the hell is that key? There you are. He'd hoped having all his friends in his bed for the night would keep him from worrying. What state would, okay, at that point, this needs to quote, would Jer be in? The whimper escaped and Brel shifted, turning. What's wrong? I'm scared for him, he whispered. What if he breaks down? She forced him to look at her, and he turned. Behind him, Tom moved and put an arm over his side. Others rumbled as they adjusted. He will break. You know that. I don't need this. He will break. You know that. That is the point of what they are putting him through. Just like you and me and every other hunter. They're showing him that no matter how strong-willed he thinks he is, how much he believes in protecting you, us, in the end, he will break and tell them everything they want to know. It's the only way to teach us how to make sure it won't happen again. What if I made a mistake? He couldn't keep that fear away. What if Jer still didn't understand why? That Gagaran. Okay, that's a period. That Gagaran wouldn't. Actually, no, it's not a period. It's a question mark. You know what? Let's make it easy on me. There we go. The Gagaran wouldn't think any less of him for what he'd revealed to his trainers. She nuzzled him. If you can't trust the gods, trust your little warrior. No matter what he looks like when you see him next, he will be stronger by the time it's over. Tom nuzzled the back of his neck. We're all going to love him just as much. Nothing will ever change that. And the others reached over one another to touch him and reassure him he and Jer weren't alone. And with their comforting, Gregoran was able to sleep. And that concludes chapter 43 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the previous book, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Bookish! How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's see if I can get the other file to post. really? Another failure. All right. I'm going to have to do it manually. September 23rd. Next 25th. Okay. How the hell are you still shut down? I did not turn you. Must be a button combination in what I'm doing that is that is shutting it down. I'm gonna have to pay attention. Cause paste, select, cut. Oh, okay, because you're up here. That is annoying. Why do you not tab the files under the actual um, under the actual app? That's really annoying. Done. This goes there. I'm going to remove that. And let's work on this one. What do you mean? Oh, right. Right, this already exists. Actually, no, this goes here. Ah, 25th makes that 27th. And I need to change the month. Okay, I'm starting to think the problem is with Patreon at this point. Well, actually, okay, you know what? The one thing I did not check is this. No, Patreon is still properly logged in. Well, it's still logged in, so. Alright, I'm gonna do another one manually. No choice in that. It's just a tiers. Make sure it's in the collection. And that the publishing date is set. I think that's all of it. Okay. That is done. I will remove that. I can move on to the next. This will be Harker and this story. Alrighty. And I will start another one by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. Oops. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. And today we are doing another story that is part of the selection process for Harker, and this focuses indirectly on the Sanders. Diane Parker rushed through the freshly painted corridors, tablet in one hand, briefcase on the other, listening to the meeting's transcript. The faculty, as she'd started thinking of the sixth silent backer of the academy, always sent her a copy, even when what they talked about didn't relate to her job as dean. As always, Valiant's speech was filled with so many technical details, she suspected he did it on purpose to come across as more erudite. She thought the contrast with the medieval aspect of the man's tech-based hero persona was amusing. The others spoke normally enough, she understood them, although le démoniste French accent became thick at times, even if the whole was most often beyond her understanding. The overall tone gave her a sense of what to expect from Mr. Harker's next visit. Becoming dean had never been on Diane's list of things to do. She'd seen She'd seen too much of the problems, the politics of running a school to want to have anything to do with the administration. School boards kept getting in the way of teachers doing their job. Budgets were cut over and over, and the dean had to decide what to sacrifice. When there should never be a question, the students came first, and damn what any board demanded. She'd done the best with her classroom, up to and including talking a few companies into paying for the books needed by her students in exchange for ad placement in them. The result had been good as far as she was concerned, even if it had cost her teaching position there. Some nonsense about a student's education being too important to sacrifice a school's integrity by bringing in corporate sponsors. She'd defied the dean to tell her what integrity the school had left when her students had to huddle 10 to a year out-of-date book before that. Her outburst had not helped her situation. Tracy Harker had found her in the midst of contacting school after school, trying to convince them she was the right teacher for them. She'd been about to reach out of state when the man knocked at her door and made his offer. She'd almost laughed in his face when he offered the position of dean for the new school he was funding. You know what? That is going to go there, and that's going to become its own paragraph. She'd almost laughed in his face when he offered the position. Offered her the position of dean for the new school he was funding. He prevented that by saying the magic words. That's going to go here. You will be in charge of everything related to running the school and the students' education. The backers will be mostly hands-off in that aspect, in that respect. And that's going to be italicized. She'd been skeptical. But to be handed the opportunity to do the job the way she felt it was supposed to ensure teachers were able to give their all and not worry about whether their students could even afford to be there, she accepted. To his credit, Tracy Harker waited until she was comfortably entrenched in her job to explain what the mostly entailed. She'd have quit right there, but she was already juggling a dozen problems. That's an and, not a but. And even 2 years before the academy was to open, she had 250 students she was wooing. That self-satisfied smirk made it clear he'd known what he was doing. She had no idea how he expected her to handle that on top of everything else, but once the surprise and anger passed, she warmed to the challenge. She would supervise the education of not one, but two types of students. She still protested someone with powers should be placed in charge of that side of the school, but he countered that a dean's job was to inspire, not intimidate. In that area, she was the best qualified person, power or not. Diane, her assistant, called as she entered her office. There's someone in your. She was in her office and the door closing on the last words. She had her things on the desk before what Jeffrey had said registered, along with the man standing by the window looking onto the campus. Our office was on the third floor at the back of the administrative building, giving her window a view of nearly the entire campus. The buildings were all done at this point. The roadway and landscaping were all that was left. Archer Academy was going to be a green campus. The man turned and smiled, his blue eyes vibrant. As with the previous meetings, the intensity of his gaze made her feel as if she was the most important person in his world, which was confusing as he hadn't responded to any of her advances. She returned the smile, trying to match it, trying to make him feel the way she felt. Mr. Damien, he interrupted her and somehow managed not to offend her. This was nothing more than him ensuring she didn't commit a faux pas. Please, Diane, I've told you before, Mr. makes me feel old, like my dad old. He gave an exaggerated shudder and a wink. The motion hardly made his immaculate dark blue suit move. She looked him over, wishing she could convince him to at least take the jacket and shirt off. She would love to see the man's muscular chest and arms, if nothing else. Damien. She pulled her libido back. Good-looking men were definitely her weakness. This is an unexpected visit, as had been the previous ones. The only planned meeting had been the one to discuss the equipment's delivery. She'd arranged it, hoping to convince him to keep her company afterwards. I was meeting with a subsidiary in Pittsburgh, and I thought I'd stop by, see how you're settling in. The smile turned deprecating, and ask a small favor. She wasn't surprised. None of the previous accidental meetings had come with a request for favor, but the man had always happened to have ways to help the academy on hand while they talked. She was also savvy enough to know free aid was never truly so, especially with corporations. Damien's companies had provided nearly half the academy's classroom equipment at no charge. Helping young men and women learn is okay. That's going to be at lights because this is in the past. Helping young men and women learn is too worthwhile an endeavor to consider charging for it, he'd said, and had sounded genuine. She'd been waiting. She'd been waiting for the favor ever since, and now had to tread carefully. She no, come on. Ah, come on. She couldn't let him take advantage, but she also didn't want to make an enemy of a man with so many connections in the corporate world. She noticed the two folders on the corner of her desk as she sat. She pulled them to her. You know, I can't tell you anything about what's going on underground, she said, opening the first folder, to the picture of a young woman, or place someone there. She hadn't managed to get him to explain how he'd learned about the Academy's underground facilities. As far as she knew, the number of people outside the faculty who knew about it could be counted on one hand. She was confident Damien wasn't one of them. She would have been told. Of course, she couldn't ask Tracy Harker about it, because if Damien wasn't supposed to know, she'd be getting him in trouble. The chuckle was a deep rumble, and she shivered. It's nothing like that, Diane. Those are two students I'd like to enroll in the normal side of Harker Academy. Why not have them? Why not have? Why not have them apply? The young woman in the picture was very blonde, with brown eyes and a hint of Asian ancestry. Also very pretty. I'd rather they didn't know I'm involved. Pamela Sanders. The next page said, with notes from her teachers and her counselors. She studied the man by the window, trying to determine his interest. He was old enough. A relative? She decided it was more diplomatic than stating the relationship she suspected. He raised an eyebrow. As a matter of fact, they are. But it's rather complicated. Think of them as estranged from my family. They wouldn't appreciate the help. What I'd like is for you to arrange for them to have a full pass. Schooling, board, food, books. She opened the other file. I'm not sure how I can do that. The young man had the same brown eyes, but his hair was short and dark brown. His Asian ancestry was also more pronounced. With him, the resemblance to Damien was also easier to see. They shared the shape of their jaw, not with how the government is looking over everything we do because of the underground. The kind of money a student needs, let alone two, would be easily noticed by them. Of course, he said, bashful. Forgive me. I didn't mean to imply I wanted the Academy to pay. I will pay for it, of course. I just ask that you make sure they don't know that it seems to come from the school. Patrick Sanders, the other page said. This raises a... Actually, there's no S, right? It's Sand... Is there an S? Is there an S to their name? Is it Sanders or Sander? Uh, yeah, there's no S to the name. Ta, 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 ta. Patrick Sander, this pile said, this raises the question of how I explain where the money comes from. Equipment for the classroom is one thing, money is another. The government frowns on that one. How about a scholarship? He asked after considering it for a few seconds. The subsidiary I was visiting, Arsenio Steel, would be a good fit, I think. She considered in return. How far could she push? There had always been a cordial give and take at the previous meetings, but she now felt they were in preparation for this one. Won't it look suspicious that a company in Pittsburgh ends up paying for two students out of San Francisco? She glanced at both the school reports. I'm not seeing anything here indicating they're interested in the steel industry. That's going to make it easy to connect them to you. His smile broadened. This is why I like working with you, Diane. You don't let being in my debt keep you from being shrewd. And you're right. How do you feel about the scholarship being enough for 5 students? Full pass? Let's not be unreasonable, Diane. His smile didn't waver. If you need that for another students, you'll have to contend with fewer than 5 in total. Full pass scholarship were rare, so no one would complain about not being offered one. And it was 3 more students from her extensive list who had yet to agree to study at Harvard she could help with their decision. She looked at the reports more carefully, paying attention to their test scores, and realized that even though they were being placed here, they would be a boon. How had the recruiters missed them? Was someone biased against community schools, against poor neighborhood? I'm sorry. She looked up, and the fact Damien had spoken registering, but not the words. I was saying that I will leave you to your work. Someone from Arsenio Steel will be in touch with your financial department before the end of the day. Of course, Jeffrey can give you the name of the person dealing with the scholarship. How had Coach Kelly not brought this young man? This young man to her attention. With that physique, he had to be one of the school's top athletes. He had his own people scouting for students to fill the football team. If Patrick Sender had, somehow, slipped through his net, she was going to make sure Coach Kelly was aware of him now. Jeff startled and looked up from into the amazing blue eyes he'd been daydreaming about. How had the other specimen of masculinity and handsomeness managed to exit the dean's office without making a sound? Yes, he stammered. He regained control of himself. Yes, what can I do for you, Mr. Damien? Jeffrey, I told you earlier, no mister between us. I'm not here to impress you. Jeffrey swallowed and thanked God for that. If the men put 1 ounce of effort into being impressive, there would be nothing left of Jeff. I'm sorry, Damien. What can I do for you? You could go out to dinner with me. Jeff's brain malfunctioned. That was the only way he could have heard what he thought he had. Jeffrey? He stammered something. It might have been an apology. He had no idea. Sound simply exited his mouth. He couldn't make out what they meant. The Adonis smiled, and all of Jeff's blood went south. He mentally cursed. He wouldn't be able to think any clearer with all that down there. Damien looked around furtively before reaching over the desk and running a finger along Jeff's cheek. He closed his eyes and leaned into the touch with a sigh. That sounds very much like a yes, Damien whispered. Aye. With effort, Jeff regained some control. The blood still didn't travel north, where it belonged. I want to. The man's expression fell slightly. That sounds like a no. The disappointment was palpable, and Jeff wanted to say, do anything to chase it away. Such a man should never, ever know disappointment. It would be inappropriate, he said in as steady a voice as he could manage. He chastised his hormones. He was 38, not 18. They weren't in charge anymore, and it had to be his imagination. A man like Damien had to have men lining up around the block for a chance to go out to dinner with him. And yet, he made the offer to Jeff. We have a business relationship. How badly he wanted to say yes. Damien canted his head, and Jeff was reminded of Samsung, his pitbull, when he heard something odd. I have a business relationship with the dean, not you. He smiled, and Jeff thanked God again he was sitting. He could tell his knees were weakening. He cursed as the blood that had started the trek north turned right around. Well, the man smiled. Only because you haven't said yes to dinner, which I have to admit hurts. The smile took the sting out of the jab. I wish I could, Jeff said, meaning it. I really do, but Dean Parker wouldn't approve. I understand. Damien leaned forward, and Jeff couldn't move, held in place as much by those pools of blue as the knowledge of what was coming. If the dean opened her door now, he'd be without a job before the lips connected. But that would mean there would be nothing keeping him from going out with this man. The lips didn't touch. I wish there was something I could do to convince you otherwise, Damien whispered, his breath hot on Jeff's lips. As he opened them to say something, the lips pressed against his, and whatever blood he had left landed south. When the pressure lessened, Jeff leaned forward to keep the kiss going. He barely gotten a taste of the man, and that was nowhere near enough. The lips left his, and he opened his eyes, gazing into a sea of blue. He tried to catch his breath. Yes. The word came, carried on the exhale. Damien smiled. I'm so happy you agreed. I promise you will not regret it. He straightened, never breaking eye contact. Do you want me to pick you up, or should we meet there? There. Jeff shook himself mentally. I mean, I'll meet you there. Had Damien said where? Regardless, it was best if his involvement with the magnet wasn't obvious. It wouldn't do for a man like him to be linked to someone as lowly as Jeff. The honk wrote on the back of a business card and handed it to him. I'll see you there. An address and time. Oh, when do you have to be at work tomorrow? Was he implying what Jeff imagined? There was no way he could. 8, he said, ignoring the mental protest. Damien nodded. I'll make sure you're behind your desk on time. He smiled again. Then the expression turned professional. The dean said you could give me the name of the person in your finance department handling scholarships? Jeff stared. Even the professional Damien was hot, maybe even hotter, now that he was no longer blinded by the radiating sexuality. When the question registered, a quick search through the registry gave him the person, and he wrote her name down. Damien's hand closed over Jeff as he handed the paper, and the contact was enough to send his blood into freefall. Slowly, oh so agonizingly slowly, Damien pulled his hand away, and the caress gave Jeff goosebumps. The one place that didn't react to the touch only did so because there was nothing else it could do, short of jumping out of his pants to accompany the man towards whatever waited. And Jeff could look forward to an entire night with him. What pleasures would he experience? And that concludes the Sander selection process. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this, this should be available by the time this goes up on my Patreon as well as on my website. Links. Oh, and if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Parker. All right, let's see if this is going to work. Oh, interesting. Okay. I will be right back. Really? Pup, 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 pup. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. I'm starting to wonder if Patreon might not shut down between 9 and 10. Well, we'll see if this works. That could be an indication that is what's going on. Well, actually, no, Patreon still work. I'm on the site, but it might be a situation of them shutting down the whatever allows the third party to do their work. No, still failed. Okay, so that failed. That's a little bit annoying. So that's done. So let's go here. Uh, do I start on this on everyone or? No, okay. Date. Let's go back here. Where are you? That's the 7th. 10 a.m. Really? Oh no, that's the time right now. Well, missing the title. Okay, I'm going to do another one for my usual for Tyrannus. And if I have time left, I'm going to come back for Colby. Colby should be short, but I want to be... I want to make sure I've got the time. Going on part 2. Actually, going on part 2. So that's the one, okay. The address was a narrow blue brick building that had seen better days. The large display. The large display window had a television set in it. Had television sets in it, old, new, and some he only guessed were televisions because they were surrounded by them. Those had no switches, no dials, and were extremely thin. The prickling brought the diagram to the fore, and Eric was curious enough about it to let it happen about them. To let it happen. Really? Okay, fine. Curious enough. You know what? Curious enough to let it happen. It was complex. It was a complex set of circuit with extremely small light generating components. Those enlarged, and he was amazed at how beautiful they were, at the simplicity of them, at the things he could do with this kind of technology. He forced the diagram away, pushed the prickling to the back of his mind as far as he could. This might be a mistake. Could he keep his sanity around so much technology? The window had a large crack in it that someone had taped over from the inside, and the sign above the window read in faded gold letter, "Repairs by Findlay." He needed the money, unless he wanted to risk having to sleep on the street by the end of the week. A bell rang in the distance as he entered. "Just give me a moment," someone called. The inside was made much narrower by the shelves against the walls, filled with television, radios, telephones, and other devices he couldn't identify and kept himself from identifying. There was even an old electric piano tucked in on a shelf, its legs removed. Hello, young man." A dark-skinned man with short gray hair greeted him. He was human, but Eric had expected that. His daughter was a techer, and only humans were that. Everything off the shelf is for sale if you're interested in something." "I thought you did repairs." Eric crossed the space to join the man at the back counter. "I do, but sometimes people decide they don't want them back." "In the meantime?" "Sometimes decide okay. All right. While they're out, while they don't have it with them, okay. Sometimes people don't want them back, so I put them on the shelves. Now, what can I fix for you?" Eric shook his head. "Are you Milton?" "I am." Charlie at the hardware stores said you might be able to give me a job. "Charlie Correria said that?" He studied Eric. "You've known him long?" No, I just stopped by the store for a few screwdrivers. And just like that, he said I needed help. The man chuckled, sounding more amused than angry or suspicious. He said you might. He said your daughter helped you, but that she left for school. I just got back to Tyrannus after 7 years in the army, and I'm getting low on funds. I thought the army provided for returning soldier. Eric shrugged. So they don't know you left. Eric shook his head, considering that lake where the base had stood, they had to think he'd died there. The man was silent for a time, then shrugged. Nothing to lose by giving you a try. He lifted the end of the countertop. Come on. I don't need that. Come on. Charlie's right. Natalie did a lot of the work. She has a knack for fixing things, but now that she's studying to be an engineer, she doesn't have as much time. How good are you? I'm okay. I did a lot of fixing stuff in the army. Eric didn't mention that most of the fixing had involved engines. And not electronics, at least. Not only that one repair that got him transferred to the builder division. The back of the shop had so many electronic devices, and in it they barely fit around the work table. Careful of that one. Milton indicated the large television on a wooden. All right, what happened here? What's going on? Indicated a large television set in a wooden cabinet. It's an antique. Eric glanced at it and time hit it in the gut. He recognized the model. His dad had bought it as soon as it was available to replace the old 12-inch model that had been the centerpiece of the living room. He was older than it was. The prickling surged, and diagrams crowded his vision. There was so much here to take apart, to use to make something greater. He fought the desire. He fought the diagrams. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you that. He felt the approaching madness, and he didn't want to go there again. The army hadn't given him a choice. They'd forced the builder madness on him, but he'd been lucky. He'd gotten out. He'd woken with it silent, and he'd been able to keep it at bay. He latched on the one memory he knew he could help, of looking at the lake for the first time, realizing it was where the base should have been, understanding that he had killed everyone there. The diagram crumbles, the prickling dissolved into static, then his mind was silent. Never again would he go there. If it meant being completely normal, putting his builder ability to rest, then that was what he would do. Are you okay? Milton was watching him. How long had this lasted? Just taking it in. He looked doubtful, but nodded. He indicated a basket overflowing with papers on top of a cabinet. Those are the detail sheets for the repairs. The oldest one are on the bottom. Those should be done first, but if it's too advanced for you, don't worry about it. I bring in a specialist for that once a month. He'll deal with what you can't fix. Eric nodded and pulled the bottommost sheet, an amplifier system that emitted a screeching sound anytime the volume was adjusted. There was a number at the top right corner, and he found the matching number on a tag attached to a black box, which he took to the table. The man was watching him again. Sorry, I guess I should check with you. What do you want me to use for my test? You He smiled. You think you can fix that? It's pretty new. My expert couldn't do it. He said he had to read up on it. He said he had to read up on it. I don't mind giving it a try. Are the tools in the cabinet? Milton tapped it. Yeah, pretty much anything you'll need is in there. Eric nodded and took a breath. He reached back to the prickling and brought it forward, enough to see the diagram. It obeyed, staying where he wanted it, not forcing itself forward. A lot of the secrets, a lot of the circuits looked somewhat like those in the phones people used, like the one on Milton's inside breast pocket, in the same sense that the diagram of a car would be similar to that of a tank. I'll man the front and check back with you in an hour or two. Let's make that a question. Eric nodded, not paying attention to the words, too focused on the circuits. Circuit. Studying it and letting his ability tell him telling him everything about what it could do. He ignored his amazement that something so small, so complex, had been created by someone normal. This wasn't the work of a builder. It followed the laws of physics too closely. This had been made by normal scientists. He looked at each of them one at a time, letting his ability show him how they worked until one came up with a defect in it. If Milton's technician had to test each circuit individually, it was no wonder he hadn't been able to repair this yet. Knowing what was wrong told them how to repair it, but he didn't know if he'd find the tools for it. He went through the cabinet and took the tools he'd need as he found them. Screwdrivers to remove the casing and attach individual parts to let him access the one needing repairs, pliers to help with that. He'd almost resigned himself to having to build something when he found the scanner on the bottom shelf. He looked at it in amazement as its diagram blossomed and showed him what it did. He could connect a circuit board to it, and it would show him the path running along. A scientist had managed to recreate how he saw technology. It only worked for electronics, but it still left him in awe. It couldn't make the kind of repairs he needed, but that was a simple change. Before he realized what he'd done, he had modified it. He cursed softly. Hadn't he told himself he wouldn't do this? Well, it was too late now. At least the changes he'd made were basic and didn't alter how the scanners looked. With the new function on the scanner, doing the repair was simple. Once it was reassembled, he placed the amplifier back on the shelf and wrote repaired on the sheet and placed it in the empty done basket. He took the next sheet on the to-do pile, found the related item, a television screen, and set to work on that one. Diagrams popped up at random in his field of vision, but after a few hours he was able to only have the one for the item he was working on be there, and to his surprise, the prickling remained subdued. Even with all this technology around him, it seemed content to obey him. Other than the scanner, it didn't even try to modify the designs for him. Harry screwed the cover on a plasma television with a satisfied smile and looked up. He almost fell off his stool in surprise at the person standing in the doorway. I was wondering when you'd notice me, Milton said. He looked at the done basket and the sheets in them. He counted them, 15, and looked at the clock. You're a techer, aren't you? Eric considered lying, but Charlie had said Milton's daughter was one. The man would know what to look for. But 15 repairs that had stumped him in just under 3 hours would tell anyone there was something out of the ordinary here. If I am, is it a problem? That depends on what you did to these. He indicated the sheet he was holding. I just repaired them. I did catch a thing or two that wasn't written and repaired that too, but I didn't make any modification to any of them. He hesitated. I did modify your circuit scanner so it could help make repairs. Milton frowned. He put the paper back and opened the cabinet, looking through it until he found the scanner and looked it over. Can anyone use it, or is it a Techer-only thing? Anyone can. I was careful to make sure it kept to the laws of physics. He put it back. I'm going to test it later. He went to the amplifier, plugged it in, and connected to a radio. He turned both on, and the sound came out clear. When Milton adjusted the volume, all that happened was that it changed. No screeching. Where was the problem? Eric placed a finger to the left, a little higher than the middle of the amplifier. The second layer from the bottom. I don't know if it has a name, but the circuit board was damaged. I used the scanner to repair it. And you what? Just knew where the problem was? No, I had to go through each circuit board. But when I looked at that one, I knew. I could see the problem with it. Milton nodded and turned the amplifier off. Look, if you can promise me you're not going to modify anything else, you have yourself a job. I swear. Good. I'm going to let them know they can pick up their items, he said, grabbing the sheets in the done basket. Charlie said your daughter was something of a Techer. The man smiled and he shook his head. A lot of people think that. She's just good at fixing things. He laughed and Eric got back to work. The next few days were good. After finding another bomb under the same car, he used his break and lunch hour to walk the length of the block, trying to find either the owner of the car or the people trying to kill him or her. Unfortunately, he didn't have any luck with that, but he also didn't find any more bombs. Should that be at the next chapter? No. I'm going to leave it there. Alrighty. That. No, wrong one. That. I think I'm. All right, let's see. If you're gonna work. Da, 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 da. So it is 7. That makes it 14th. Oh, I need to change something. Because like this is no longer Patreon only. Because I got 2 that don't go there. And it failed. Interesting. I need to check. I actually need to check something. Yeah, this has all tiers. If it's free access, then I'm going to leave like that. Okay. So actually, I might be able to fix it through here in an easier way than having to struggle through everything. That is done. And yeah, I'm going to do Colby's. Alrighty, confirm microphone is on, desktop audio is off. I'm on the correct screen, correct image. Actually, you know what? Let's fix this. Since does not. I thought it. Yeah, I thought it fixed. Oh, okay, it did. All right. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we're doing a story from the selection process of Harker, focusing on Colby. Colby! The woman yelled from the porch, "Dinner's ready!" He lobbed the bale of hay up the loft with a hand. "Hey!" the girl there exclaimed. "Watch where you throw those things. You almost floored me with this one." He smirked as his sister grabbed the bale with both hands and hefted it into place. "Dinner," he said. "I heard. I'm not deaf, you know. Just throw me the last one and we'll go." With a shrug, he picked it up, back so he could see the top of the stacked bales, and lobbed it in an empty spot. It landed there, crooked. She looked from it to him. "Just why did you need my help?" "Bored?" She snorted as she shouldered it into place. "You bored? You can entertain yourself lying in the field looking at the sky. Lonely? If you stepped off the ranch once in a while, you wouldn't be so." She climbed down. "You know Dad isn't going to mind if you let us do the heavy lifting once in a while." He motioned to the tractor, which he'd had to move so they could throw the bales into the loft. "Not that heavy, dumbass." He raised it, making sure of his footing, and slowly turned, avoiding his sister and keeping his momentum from building up. Being able to pick up and carry 3 tons came with a few drawbacks he discovered growing up, chief among them being momentum. The faster he moved something heavy, the tougher it was to stop moving it. It had something to do with physics, conservation of this and that. Herbert had explained it a few times, but Colby's thing was his strength, not his smarts. He let his brother talk because, like every Rolling, he loved to do that, but Colby didn't try to understand. He closed the barn door behind him and Jambalaya and escorted her to the house. The torrent of people there could be heard from 100 feet away, all talking at the same time. The only thing entering the house did was increase the volume as Jambalaya joined in. Sitting next to Mitch and Alice in utter chaos, they were greeted as if they were long-lost family gone for years, instead of an afternoon working in the field with more of the others present. The Rowling Ranch was a sprawling enterprise that needed half a dozen of the families to keep moving, and today his mother had decided everyone was eating at her house. His aunt was seated on the counter, plate in hand, and her youngest next to her. His brother was walking and talking on his phone, drumstick in hand, taking bites between arguing with someone from the John Deere company. This meant he was back on his "my tractors are too old" thing. Dad was going to have to talk him down again before he was talked into taking a loan the family couldn't afford. Being the largest ranching family in Texas didn't come with as much wealth as people not involved in the industry thought. The entirety of their worth was in the land, livestock, and equipment. The meager profits they made were carefully controlled by his father, so they wouldn't end up having to sell for overextending themselves. His father smiled and nodded at him as Colby took the plate his mother handed him while talking to her sister-in-law, a full chicken, deboned, covered in green beans and corn. His appetite was proportional to his strength, his mother loved to say. He leaned his muscular frame against one of the few free spots on the wall and ate. "Cole!" Jefferson yelled over the conversation. "You got mail today!" He looked at his father, talking with Agnes, then his mother, now in a conversation with Janice. He wouldn't get information from them, and none of his siblings would take the time in their busy schedule to notice the mail had come in, let alone to whom it was addressed. At 8, Jefferson was still officially in school, so he had a little free time between that and the chores he could handle. His brother crossed the kitchen, waving the letter, and Colby placed the plate on the corner of the table before wiping his hands. The white envelope had an official-looking stamp in the upper corner, Harker Academy, out of Pennsylvania. Curiosity made him rip it open and read through it. He frowned. This was an acceptance letter to attend at school. No, to attend something about heroes that took place there. Classes on how to be a superhero, of all things. He waited until his father looked in his direction and raised the letter along with an eyebrow. Someone from that school called about 2 months ago. I figured it would be good for you. What? Colby exclaimed, and everyone fell silent. They heard about last March, and they think you'd be a good candidate for the program. March had been when they'd gone to Houston to negotiate starting prices for the next auction. A bunch of people had decided that 100 ranchers in one place meant a lot of money they could get their hands on. Of course, those idiots didn't keep in mind that no rancher left home without at least one rifle in their possession, so they found themselves in a shooting match. They had a couple of para-humans, a strong woman and an energy blaster, but they were nowhere near strong enough to take him on. By the time it was over, the news was there, and as much as Colby tried to vanish in the crowd, the ranchers made sure his part in the melee didn't go unmentioned. Like, throwing a pickup was that big of a deal. Why? He asked, trying not to let the hurt sound. Why was his father sending him away? The ranch was everything to a rolling. You kidding? Kyle said. Imagine it. You, a superhero. For a second, Colby wondered how his cousin knew about this. When he hadn't, then remembered which family he was part of, and the real mystery was how Colby hadn't heard about it before now. The threat from the rolling elder had to have been epic to keep anyone from even whispering about it in his presence. Rollings couldn't keep secrets. Everyone in the state knew that, except it seemed they could. The ranch, he said. It's not going anywhere, son. He couldn't form the words to express how much he wasn't a hero, super or otherwise. He was a rancher like every Rowling. His strength and toughness just made him more valuable. He could deal with rambunctious bulls and not have to worry about getting hurt. The ranch ran before you, Cole, Bridget said, smiling to soften the statement. We'll feel your absence, but we'll survive until you come back. And you'll visit, right? Jefferson looked at their dad. He's going to visit, right, Dad? Of course. He'll be here for the holidays, for the summer. And that resolved the situation for his family. And conversations started up. How exciting for Colby to go into a school for superheroes. How it had to be the first one, because otherwise they'd have heard about it before, right? And was it because of Jacksonville? Of course it was. These days, everything about parahumans was because of Jacksonville. Somehow, Colby was seated at a table, food forgotten, rereading the letter. He wished he felt the excitement they did. A 4-year course, and I'm going to add a detail. He just finished high school the previous spring. First rule was that he couldn't tell anyone he had powers. How is he supposed to do that? He never thought about his strength. If something needed doing, he did it. That he'd be milking one of the cows, knocking sense into a bull, or racing a tractor. And when the repair lift broke, his strength was part of him. He hadn't thought about hiding it when the Rangers were attacked. He could have pulled out Magnus and shoot like the other, and shot like the others. But his strength had been the needed response because of those two parahumans, so it was what he'd used. What kind of school for parahumans started by saying he couldn't use his strength when it could help? His father was in conversation with Elizabeth, probably about how her new husband needed to get used to handling a gun, even if he was up from up north. He could be a proper Roland if he couldn't shoot a can off a post. Even Jeff could do that at his age. What was the school going to say about Magnus? No, he decided. Once dinner was over, he was locking himself and his father in his office, and he was getting him to see reason. He was needed at the ranch, not halfway across the country. And that concludes Colby's entry in the selection process. If you're enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next one will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read these stories, they are on my Patreon as well as my website. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Actually, that is posted. All right, let's see if this is going to work now. Oh, looks like it posted properly this time around. How long is the next chapter? All right, so that's posted. Let's get back to Tyrannus. Yeah, I should be able to do that. So, a woman said, "You're the guy who stole my job." Eric looked up from the radio he was fixing. She was a couple years younger than he was, 22, maybe 23, but had long brown hair with shimmering red highlights. She had on blue jeans and a white shirt with "Stronger has strong vibe" written over her moderate breast. It took a moment to see the resemblance. You must be Natalie. He offered his hand. "I'm Eric." She shook it. She had a firm handshake. "You know, I was hoping to get in some repairs while I was back for the weekend." "You're welcome to grab something and fix it," he replied, ignoring the annoyance in her tone. After having master surgeons scream at him or general order him to build impossible things even by builder standard, he'd gotten used to others' displeasure. She crossed her arm over her chest. "Dad said you've only been working for 3 days. Is there going to be anything left for me next weekend?" Eric looked at the half-empty shelves. "I didn't know you'd be coming over. I'll make sure not to fix everything. What do you want me to leave you for you to work on?" She glared at him. "You're not going to let me unnerve you, are you?" He smiled. "Sorry. After the army, not much gets to me anymore." She sighed, then returned his smile. "Oh, well, I tried." She grabbed the closest item to her, a plasma screen, then searched through the pile for the corresponding sheet. "Actually, I'm happy Dad hired you." He doesn't have the steadiest hands anymore, so he hasn't been able to stay on top of the repairs. I was worried he'd lose too many customers to keep the shop going. Eric attached the circuit board back in the radio. "I'm more than happy for the work and the pay. Hopefully, he'll have enough of a reserve to last him until he finds someone to replace me when I move on." "You're not staying?" She finished reading her sheet, then looked for a screwdriver along those on the table. "I'm not leaving tomorrow or next week, but yeah, eventually I'll move on. I don't see myself spending the rest of my life in Great Oaks." She studied him as she unscrewed the cover. "Why not? This is a great town." He shrugged. "I'm from the swamp, so I'm not quite up to this standard of living." "Too dry?" Eric laughed. "Well, it is odd not having to check for the water height every morning, and I'm sorry if I sounded judgmental. To be honest, I don't know if I'll settle there either." He looked at her. "I'm not sure I'll settle down anywhere. Since leaving the army, I've been feeling this need to move about, like I've been stuck in the same place too long, which is stupid since I spent the last year walking through 2 dozen countries to get back, but it's how it feels. How's the university?" She looked at her shirt. "Oh, it's great. If you don't mind the twice daily explosion, the weekly release of mind-numbing vapors, or the occasional robot attack." He stared at her. "You're kidding, right?" "Not really. A few of the buildings are dedicated to techers, so until they get a handle on how their mind works, and their minds work, you get things get out of control. But we also have a powered campus, so they usually use that as practice for their powers. That said, you're a techer. Did you go?" "No, I went to Water High Elementary, then Strongbird High, but I didn't stay. I left in the middle of of the first year, did odd jobs for a while, and joined the army the moment they let me. Fortunately, they really needed people, so I was able to get in early. She shuddered. I couldn't see myself in the army. All the weapons, the orders, not for me. Things are quiet now, so you don't have to worry about the draft. Your dad said you're going to be an engineer. In what? Civil engineering. I want to help plan the further expansion of the city. Eric chuckled. Don't you think Tyrannus is large enough already? Are you kidding? Tyrannus is too amazing to ever stop growing. Maybe she was right. He thought everything kept on growing. That's come on. There we go. That seemed to be the way of the world. Milton peered in. Ah, good. You're both still alive. I was worried the quiet man Natalie had killed you for taking her place. She looked at her father and back to him. Dad, there's no way he can take my place. He doesn't have the chest to wear my bras. Natalie, he said, Milton said, offended. I raised you better than that. Really wish you'd go with period instead. She rolled her eyes. Relax, Dad. It isn't like the guys mind that kind of talk these days, right? She covered her mouth at what had to be a spectacular sight. Eric could feel his face burning with embarrassment. Absolutely nothing in the conversation he'd had with women during this trip back had prepared him for this kind of innuendo. He closed his mouth and tried to come up with something more intelligent. I didn't expect that. You have to excuse my daughter, Eric. Sometimes I don't think she has any sense for as smart as she is. It's okay. He focused on a computer on the shelf to chase the image of himself with breast. It's just that, well, none of my sisters would ever dare say that, especially in front of her dad. Really? Natalie asked. He nodded. Our dad didn't react well to being offended. She studied him again, then nodded as if she'd worked out something. Milton cleared his voice. Maybe you can introduce them to her and they can teach my daughter some restraint. But don't come here to scowl. But I didn't come here to scowl you. Eric, with all the work you've done, feel free to leave after you're done with that repair. Are you sure? Check the old analog clock over the door. It isn't even 3. I am. You need to leave some things for you to work on next week. The shop is closed on the weekend, so just relax until Monday. If you want, we can go grab a coffee once we're done. I know a great place not far from here. Thanks, but I'll pass. Eric answered her, already thinking of the car. There's something I need to check on today, and it's best if I do that early. He noticed her disappointed expression. But you said you're here for the weekend. If you're not busy, we can go tomorrow. Turns out I'm not doing anything. You don't have to, she said, her voice uncertain. It'll be nice. You can show me around if you want. I haven't been here long, and I barely know any of the good places. The smile she gave him was more confident. He finished the repair first, and they agreed to meet at the coffee shop across the road for breakfast. He grabbed his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and left the room. Milton was seated behind the counter, reading on his phone. Mr. Finley, I know. I told you to call me Milton, Eric, the man said, putting the phone down. Sorry, force a habit. Milton, I know we didn't discuss how much I'd get. How and how much I'd get. Okay, when and how much I'd get paid. But can I get a few hundred as an advance? I've been running dry for a few days now. I was going to pay you on Monday, and it should be 15 an hour, but considering how fast you're going through the backlog, I think I should pay you a percentage of what I get for the repairs. He pulled a pad of paper and a pencil. He licked the tips and began writing numbers down. Eric smiled. The gesture reminding him of his mother when she did the monthly budgeting. You only worked 3 days, but in that time you probably did 2 weeks worth. Actually, what? How do you want me to? 2 weeks worth of work. Do you think 1,000 is fair? That's way more than fair. He knew he wasn't as that wasn't as much as when he left the city, but it was still a lot of money. He knew that wasn't as much as when he left the city. Okay, I'm not sure what I went, but it was still a lot of money. Before he could add anything, Milton handed him a few hundreds, 50s and 20s. I get a sense you're not keen on leaving an electronic trace, so I'm not going to ask for your bank account number to deposit your pay there. I'm okay sticking with cash if that works for you. That's best for me. Milton nodded. I'll see you on Monday then. Oh, and Eric? Yes, Natalie's a good woman. Eric paused and looked at him over the shoulder. I have no doubt of that. He left the repair shop trying to think of a place to hide his money. After a few minutes, he was reminded of the prickling by the absence of pressure. Even when he called up a diagram, there was no accompanying prickling. Eric had always thought the more he used his ability, the more difficult it would be to control, the more he'd fall toward insanity. That had been the reason he'd fought so hard all his life not to use it. When he'd woken up by the lake, he'd taken this plunge into insanity that preceded it as proof his fear was valid. The army had forced him to build things, and he'd lost his mind. But maybe there had been another reason for it. Maybe the type of things they'd forced him to build was the reason he'd gone crazy. He stalled by the car as he walked by and called up the diagram for it. No one had replaced the explosive he'd taken off it this morning. It seemed the morning was the only time they placed them. He didn't know why, but he was happy about it since it meant he got to it early. 4 of the 7 cars parked along the curb were the same as before, and Eric considered finding an out of the way spot to watch the car, find out who the owner was, and warn them of the danger they were in. He could spend some of the time in the hardware store. He had money, so he could buy a few tools. Except that if the car owner already knew of the trouble they were in and thought Eric was. Okay, there's a comma. Really? Except, what if the car owner already knew they were of the trouble they were in and thought Eric was part of it? What if this was a rivalry between two of the city's normal criminals? Eric wouldn't stop taking the bombs, but it might be best he continued to do that in secret. Clearly, he'd been fortunate he hadn't noticed yet. He considered it as he looked around. Great Oaks didn't seem like the place where criminals would hang out, but this was Tyrannus. There were more corrupt cities, but with the many corporations, old families, techers, and powered, it did have a fair number of them. At least it did before he left for the army, but he didn't think that had changed, except for them now having more advanced ways to commit their crimes. Stopping them wasn't his job, it was the police, and if he took either side on directly, he would be in trouble. So he kept on walking. He'd be coming by tomorrow, and he should be able to narrow the potential owners then. It was the weekend, and many of the stores were closed. This will be 21st, correct? Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like there's a time in the day on Tuesdays where they prevent outside apps from interacting. Either that or it happens to be a time where it gets really, really, really busy and oh, and it creates it locks things up. Meh. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Forgot to post my your step. I don't know that I'll be able to post. Okay, that's 19, so that becomes 22nd. Ah, damn it. Uh, come on. It's 22 makes it 20. Alrighty. All done. And in time for me to take lunch. Oh, that's why. Okay, got it. I will be back in about an hour. So I hope to see you then. And welcome back. This afternoon, it is chapter 12 of The Tourists. And I like so in theory there's 2 chapters left. And both should, again, in theory, be fighting. One is from Alex's point of view, this one, and the other one from Tristan's point of view. The big problem is that, I've spent the previous 9 books establishing how deadly Alex and Tristan are. And they're going up against ordinary people. A pair of bounty hunters who are ordinary. And this is a conscious decision on my part, because elites are supposed to be rare. So I can't have the characters be elites. Like, I can't have everybody Alex and Tristan deal with be elites. Which raises the problem of how the hell do I make this a fight? Makes it a worthwhile fight. So, and I honestly, until last night, I did not know what I was going to do with this. Because, on paper, Alex can take a pair of ordinary people. I mean, even if he doesn't touch a knife, he can still take them down. Like, he is military trained. He's not military trained. He's trained by by special ops. His grandparents are both special ops, and they both trained him. So, and Tristan is worse. And then I kind of thought about it and went, okay, so I cannot have them be elites. What advantage can I give them? Clearly, if the advantage cannot be innate, it's got to be external, i.e., technology. Now, this is not science fiction. I am stretching the bounds slightly. So, I cannot give them force fields, but I can give them body armor. And thinking in that route, kind of realized that I can make, I cannot make them the kind of threats that will force Alex or Tristan to retreat. But I can make them threats that will, at least with Alex, force him to pause. And I think that's going to give me something usable. What is on the page for the next chapter? Resolve. Don't care which, punishment. I'll have to wait. Yeah, I don't know that there's going to be a 13th chapter. Da, 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 da. Control Shift. Why did you split? Control Shift Enter. So that address is a something. So how do I deal with it? Welcome back, Angel. Mm, maybe. Maybe I did. Well, here's my view on it. Where did they hit the button from? Because they didn't say anything in the chat. Many times I've seen many of those uh, announcements pop up when they're not in the chat, which means they're seeing me from somewhere else. Now let me see where else I'm in. I'm actually in no other stream at this time. Because the lady writes did not raid out this morning. She just ended her stream, and I did not notice until now, so I did not move myself to somebody else's stream, which is what I usually do. Wow, nobody's writing these days. So I'm now left with the okay. So who would follow me without coming to my stream? The only thing I'm left with is people scraping the list of streamers and following everyone on it. So, who is following me? Someone or something? And if it's something, do I care? This is the thing, like, my follow count is going up. Okay, cool. I'm 5 followers from hitting 1,000 for the people who follow those kind of numbers. But when at least half of those aren't actual people, what is the significance? So, like, those are not things I look at. And so yeah, like, it's just, good for them. If they're waiting for me to do something about it, they're going to wait a long time. Because this is I strongly suspect that is what it is. That they oh, something's not mute. Someone's not muted. Not polite to follow. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, and it's that only applies if they're a person. Like I said, I don't believe they are a person. The behavior does not lead me to think that this is a person. If they drop into the stream and prove me wrong, very cool. But neither the name nor the behavior makes me think I'm dealing with a person. Just on Facebook, how a woman built her own bunker from scratch. End times are coming, I guess. There's no, when people start building their own bunkers, it is a sign. Huh. Really? I forgot to start my timer. So 1230 plus 50. Well, that's 120. Whoa! What the hell? I need to account for something. Um, Hey, some Neo. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? That was a very fast reply. I just happened to notice your arrival. You are all right? Very cool. I am good. I'm well. Thank you very much. I I have I have what I thought was going to be a very very short chapter is turning into a significant a reasonable one. Like this will not be 2,000 words, but it'll be above. It'll probably be close to 1,500. So I'm pleased. What are you up to today? It's rare that you make that much progress. Well, going to finish and upload your YouTube video. Cool. Good luck. I mean, you know, we have different process. Um, I can usually manage at that 2,000 words in a chapter. Um, this this series, Monster and Batman, is designed to be very fast paced. And at least with this one, with the conflict, well, the final conflict, I've created a situation that I realistically do not have any way to extend it. Many chapters I can come up with ways, especially with Alex. Alex is so much in his head. Alex is kind of bonkers, so his thought process is scattered. So I can easily have him think stuff on the page that will fit, but also serve to make the chapter longer. This is mostly a fight. And it's a fight that comes to an end as soon as Tristan steps into the room. Because where Alex is all over the place, Tristan is very focused. As soon as Tristan arrives, and this is what's going to happen, like the next chapter will not happen the way it's designed, because there will not be a fight with Tristan. As soon as Tristan arrives, he takes out his Desert Eagle and he shoots wife in the back. If husband is still alive, it's going to be enough of a shock that Alex gets to go in and finish that. And there's no way I can extend the fight because the only methods I have available would stretch credibility if I were to use them again. Because I have established that, although the term has not been used, that Alex and Tristan are elites. They are they are peak of what's possible in their specific fields. But elites are very rare, and they've already gone up against a few of them. So if I were to make these bounty hunters elites again, the reader would probably not realize it, but it would stretch the credibility of the world. So one of the way, well, in part, yeah, but what makes them elite is how very very good they are. And Tristan technically is an elite of elite. Like Tristan is the elite of the elite. Like he is hyper skilled in more than one thing. And I have Tristan, Alex, Emil, who are elites. I have Ralph, Ryan, who are also elites. That's 5 people in the same town. Now, it's not an accident that they're all there. Um, but yeah, like if I were to make those two bounty hunters also elites, it would stretch credibility. So what I did is I gave them technological edges. Now, it's not science fiction, so I can't go too far, but husband and wife have a metal mesh as body armor under their clothing. That short of Tristan taking out his Desert Eagle and shooting wife in the back, that is a pretty good counter to most of what Alex can do, because Alex is physical. He's got knife. He has a 9 mil, which Tristan keeps telling him is useless. So that is how I make the fight with Alex take a while. Be reasonable. But as I said, that ends as soon as Tristan shows up. Because Tristan is not going to mess around. He's got a Desert Eagle. It's a 50 cal. And, him shooting people in the back is not a problem. How are you doing today, Akla? What have you been up to? Finished vacuuming the house? Very cool. Your cat is extra hungry today? Are they pregnant? Maybe they're eating for multiple cats. Okay, well then I don't know. 1,500 words and 1,540 words. I was right. I hit the 1,500 words. Yeah, I can see where uh, the bowl shape of my carditis plays a part in making it easier to reach the higher keys. If I had money, I'd be buying a bunch of different type of keyboards to test them because I'm really curious about some of the designs. And I've seen some pretty wild design when it comes to alternative keyboards. And I mean, not live, like I don't, but on YouTube and in articles. Well, the QWERTY default, like the QWERTY works. Like I'm sufficiently used to the QWERTY layout that it works. Like I can type that way. It's the physical shape, and to be clear, QWERTY does not refer to the shape of the keyboard, but the layout of the keys on it. All my keyboards are QWERTY. It's just that they're in different shape keyboards. And I never really thought about what the shape means. You want to try the other one that's supposed to be good for the hands? Forgot the name. If you find it, please let me know. A layout thingy, but can't find the page. Do you remember the company that makes it? Found the paper. Cool. Oh, okay. So it's the layout. It's not a different keyboard. It's a different layout. Okay. Yes, I am aware of DevRack. Well, yeah. If we're talking about layout, there's a lot of them, and with programmable keyboard, people are basically making their own at this point. So it is text file. Oh, right, I haven't done these guys yet, so that's why. Wait, what? How is there a 0 there? Huh. I do not know why that is there. So I'm going to take over it. No, I don't want to change that. Would like to download it. Actually, do I have to? Do I have to? Okay, so that is how it is, spaced like that. Find out what your own keyboard has taller keys. Okay, interesting. Does it make using it different? Makes it more slow as you have to fish for keys. Change back to to QWERTY. Oh, I mean Dwarvac. Well, yeah, I mean you would have to relearn how to use it. But it was more about the taller keys that I was asking. So we are on 10.6. Numbers key can supposedly type in QWERTY with the keyboard all messed up since you changed the physical keys could work too. Well, yeah, that's what I've realized on my gaming keyboard. Because it's RBG, I'd looked for transparent keys with the letter on it, but I couldn't find them. And so I went for pure transparent, and I used permanent marker to write the letters on it, and that is not permanent. That's etched away as I used it, and I barely look at it. I do have to bring up VIA once in a while to just, especially when a game will require a key that I don't use often. Um, huh. Oh, right. I don't need it because it's in here. Because they're buying a non-letter keycap for the DevRec customer. Yeah, that's. Well, I mean, I suppose, like, I don't know. I would have problem because as I am learning, I would have to see the letters. But yeah, if that works for you. Oh, I forgot to make a copy, didn't I? Yeah. I need to duplicate first. Then I need to. That's going back to October 1st. The rest can stay the same because I've got that. Save and close. That gets edited. That is everything. Ah, wait, no. This is no longer preludes, which means I need to go to FA and make new folders. You have printable layout to stare at. Okay. Yeah, like for me, I know myself. I know that I would need to. What I think I would like at some point, again, that would require me getting money, but is a keyboard with keys that are LCD screens, that where the keys can be uh, changed. Like, I know they're out there. Heading to bed, Angel. Alrighty, sleep well. See you tomorrow if you drop by. You will after your stream? Cool. Oh, I think the reason is here. Ink Bunny. Yeah, Ink Bunny does not let me create pool, work with pools, which is why I don't bother. It's not that hard to change layouts. It would depend on the keyboard you use and the layout you're going for. If if you're going out for a customized layout, unless you're, well, okay, but that doesn't. Well, I mean, I don't believe that will change what the letter is getting typed if you change the keycaps around. That is slightly different. Really? You don't have to change anything else within that? That's interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought. I need to close you down completely and restart you. Just a keycap if you want. Well, yeah, but what governs what letter appears on your screen when you type it? The keycap or a change you made in the computer? Okay, the computer. Okay, all right. Okay, that is now wrapped. What the hell's catching up? Oh, hello, Jim. Let me see what this looks like. I will go through these. Change of plan. Portuguese divided is bad. Well, most layout are made for the English language. Well, not most. The popular layouts are made for the English language. And we'll be right back. Different likes an English International that allows you to do what? Yeah. Yeah, because it's not that popular of a. Alrighty. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the technicians fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will